Alright, hello everyone. Alright, there we go. The OBS decided to have a moment. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Phoenix Wright. We're going to try and finish off the final case of Investigations 1 tonight. I have no idea how long this case actually is. It would be tradition for this to be at least the length of 2 cases, but we will see. We got through a decent chunk of it last week, on top of finishing the case before it, so I don't know, maybe it's like normal length. So where we last left off, we just finished investigating the scene of the crime, and it seems apparent that the other country in this embassy might have been involved in said crime. Possibly. Regardless, we've got an international incident on our hands here, so of course it's up to Miles Edgeworth to deal with it, despite the fact that technically it's not within his jurisdiction, but I mean, his adoptive sister said it's fine, so I guess when family gives you permission, it's okay to break the law a little bit. I don't really think that's how you count off, but okay, yeah, everyone's number one. You know what? That's good. Having confidence in yourself is a really good trait, but I think there's a limit to how confident you could be. Chifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Most likely? That's not confidence. Never mind, I take it back. Hey, you. Yeah, you. The second number one from my right. Sir. Yes, sir. Here. A birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Now, to be fair, he never said it was. Wang Ji says, a cub who disrespects others soon feel the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? How many people does this guy know? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, were you guys here there the whole time? I got a call from Shina. She's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. And what if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. Or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup. If you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Don't tell me their ambassador died or something. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Oh, I'm guessing he's not dead. Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate about because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling. Quickus, curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country. What are you saying? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Oh, no way. Fight, fight, fight! Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babalese embassy, and he was apparently caught up into some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay on anyway. Alright, you hear that, Miss Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Well, if these two countries don't start a war, I think someone else might be. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Kama, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Well, see, someone hasn't forgotten her. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Miss von Kama. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. Smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. Ah, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Palaiano for all that he's done for me. Okay, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, alright? What if you had run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father. Is that so? Do I really seem that old to her? Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe. Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. We'll go investigate the Babal side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy. All they're missing is the last stooge. Maybe you should look in a mirror. I think we already checked most of this stuff. Ambassador Palaiano, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but I know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. How many coupons is that he's given us now? Like 6? No, that's quite alright. Oh well. How about these then? And what exactly is it? It's a fountain pen ink. known as Babyliss ink. It's made exclusively in Babel. So this is Babyliss ink. We made it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. See, he knew exactly what he wanted. So this white crystal oil, what exactly makes it so valuable that they have to limit the export of this ink? Great, wonderful. I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Oh, that's what it is. They just want tourists to come in. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Maybe that's why they don't do it. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Higgs, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deduction based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babyliss ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babyliss ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. Friend Siska, as your subordinate, I am part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well. I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Shangfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babel's special Babyliss ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babyliss ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. Special white crystal oil-based ink. Limited export because of its use in counterfeiting. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Koshin was smuggling large amounts of Babyliss ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I may as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babyliss embassy, we're going to look into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Made with Babyliss ink, they're in circulation in Shangfa. It's hard to tell they're fake. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Babyliss side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Great, I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Ah, it appears someone might have died here too. How unfortunate. Oh! Did he just get fucking kneed in the balls by the Steel Samurai? What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? Holy shit. Absolutely destroyed him. You're... Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here. I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I'm the Steel Samurai, my sword, it... Oh, I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud's in a bind, you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. Do you mind telling me something new for once? You know, something different that's been happening in your life? I thought you were like an artist or something. I see. That is quite the bind. Was that in the least bit surprised? Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Etchy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even waved at you through my headpiece. How would he have possibly seen that? What's going on? And why are you betrayed? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Why am I not surprised? Of what, you may ask? Of the murder of a man who snuck into this embassy. Mask the Mask II. Oh, we're just getting the best of here, aren't we? Mask the Mask II. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune that I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim! Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... He's back. Agent Lang. You allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the fire. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu, non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case the card was ever found. What an incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But, Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of the Mask II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things. at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Mask the Second, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in his room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here, at the Alabastion Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, or the guests who had been called to sit in them, were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at the time. And where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. I can't believe he actually was Santa Claus this entire time. I thought he was just putting on a costume way back then. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. So is this the real Mask the Second, or is this just another fake? Because, what's his face? I can't remember his name from the case. Maybe he's actually dead. That'd be unfortunate. So this is the victim, the Mask the Second. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask the Mask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu. I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The Mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the Mask. That's alright. Well, I'd probably hear tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? What we got here? Well, his costume for one. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in the Mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. Oh, so this could be literally anybody. It's being sold. Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out, the Mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. Got your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. I thought that the Mask had quit the business. This guy, he's just got a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. A petty thief who decided to sneak into an embassy? His real identity is another work guy by the name of Kashino. He's 29 and he wanted on larceny charges. Of his clothes and what we was carrying, we determined this guy is the real Mask the Second. The cause of death appears to be a loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. So what's with the sword over here then? So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns into a real fight. You should know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Weapon that's used on stage is thought to be what killed the Mask II. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth the Mask II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. I thought the hat would be a different piece. Oops. How about his note? What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Premedu statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is this person that requested the theft of the Premedu statue? Request for the theft of the Premedu statue with a map to where it is. Is that it? I'm not seeing anything else here. We can't unmask him? I guess it doesn't really matter, we kind of know who he is already. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Elba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there's a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh? And how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? This seems a little counterintuitive. I mean, by interrupting our investigation ultimately means interrupting his own Shifu's investigation as well. There's some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts of the Babyliss knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kochin. Let's see if we're right. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Babyliss knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that an alabastrian knife did find its way into Babao. But how? I'm telling you, this is like some conspiracy shit. Someone wants these two companies to fight. Or these two countries to fight. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Probably because you're the only person that uses one. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like, whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like, bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him a piece the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. What would I possibly have that's for that? Hey Spliff, how's it going? What else should we investigate here? Well, I guess this. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primedu statue and Babel's. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least, I don't suppose so. I would think that it's made by one of these two countries, considering that they, from what I understand, they were gifts to each other. Kind of like the knives. What is that plant supposed to be? Franziska, can't you see that's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth! As a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. What? You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. I love that that's just everyone's first response to like anything. It's just cut their salary instantly. Do I have something for this sphere? I don't know if I have the right evidence for whatever it's asking me yet. I mean, is it the sword? Because the spear is clean. Okay, I'm gonna back out on that. It could be the sword, but I feel like I need to investigate some more before we deal with that. What is that plant supposed to be? Oh, it's the same as the other text. Edgeworth's salary gets cut twice in 5 minutes. New record. Not even Gumshoe has had that experience. Oh, this clock. There was a grandfather clock just like this one early in the Babylese embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it. Really? I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design and the material it's made of strikes a good balance with the plants. Hey you two, now's not the time we talk about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me! Be quiet! Ugh. This is all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature. Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once, long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly loved nature. This is coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors. She just had to go there again, didn't she? What is Franziska watching her off time? I bet she watches some really kinky shit. I mean, you don't just grow up thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk around with a whip in high heels and like a mini skirt and be like, yeah, this is normal. Everyone's doing this. This looks great. No, that comes from somewhere. Yelling at him for watching fucking Steel Samurai over here. There was the exact same statue seen in the Babylese office we examined. It's a Primedu statue. It was the natural treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Arabast and Babel claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Both countries claim to own the real one. National treasure. Only Ambassador and Secretariat can touch. It's a Primedu statue. There's one of these in the Babylese side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Arabast and Babel claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. That's all there is here? Oh, we can finally investigate the flower. The counterpart to the Babylese butterfly is the Alabastrian flower. So butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. What can we interpret this to mean that Arabast provides honey to Babel? Franziska, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then. I see what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen, and butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, this continues the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? There's almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babyliss side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. So we can also probably deduce something here. Again, not really sure what I'm deducing yet. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. That's quite the tree got growing inside the window. What if it gets like cold or something and you need to shut the window? Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely as the name. Yes, Edford, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Two large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and still growing. I think that might be it. Aside from talking to people. Which... did we finish? Oh, we didn't talk to you. You did some investigation over the Babyliss embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Nongxi says, a wolf who aims to hunt for two rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after two hares will catch neither. A real wolf will catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling two cases? Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. No! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Donim now? That's Donim! Laurice Donim! Get it straight in your head, Edgy. I remember. He was that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Laurice business. Besides, when Bangelina left me in my heart in pieces. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through a steel samurai outfit. Your name blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a steel samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew what you meant, Edgy! Not really. It's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy! How can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I'd suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to is probably beyond my imagination. So will you tell me exactly what you did, Larry? Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. Dude, you're in, like, major trouble here, and you're still gonna play coy? Do you want help or not? Confess. No. Oh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? How did you even get up there? Oh, you know, that wintry costume and the legendary hero. Legendary hero? Santa Claus. Santa Claus. I wanted to do the thing he does, so I climbed up on one of the chimneys. What? What gave you that idea? What? No one just has an inkling to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna, like, roleplay Santa today. Let me just get up on my roof and slide down my chimney. Who the fuck does that? When I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. Oh yeah, because, you know, it's a chimney. What the hell's wrong with you? And, well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from going down, it just might not be very present. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know, I did graduate from junior high, you know. Then you should also understand this. If Santa were real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Ugh, crud. It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Like everything? Oh my fucking god. Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court. What, just because we're not in court, it's not March? Oh my god, how's it going, crafters? Yeah, we got Larry. I wasn't expecting Larry to show up. I guess that's given him a perfect track record for game appearances so far, though. Because he even appeared in the Professor Layton game briefly at the end, I think, right? So technically, he's been in every single game so far. Larry, about the steel samurai that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Foolish fool, lacking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me. I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. What do we have for evidence? I don't know if we have anything. Have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Okay, do we have to do something here? Well, you know what? Let's try facts and logic and see what we come up with. We have nothing for it. Okay. Wait, wasn't there something I was going to present to him? Game mentioned it earlier. Could we, like, present some of these pictures? Maybe the sword? Hey, that's an official steel samurai weapon. Huh? What? You want me to do it? I have no idea how many fans asked that of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel samurai! Sushi slash! How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine. Let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? Darn, well I guess that didn't help. Oh hey, it's the Steel Samurai! I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you? Yep, sure was. Larry, you... Steel Samurai, Sushi Slash! I was moved by the performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. I don't think he's gonna know anything about any of this stuff. Okay, let me check the spear again, because I think that's what gave me the clue. Okay, yeah. There was like something in here, I think. Spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. Right. Something I'll show him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. Okay, so I probably have to show him something then. Something about the spear. What could we possibly show him about the spear? Would it be this? Oh hey, it's the Steel Samurai! I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer I may let you live. Oh, it's just this one again. Wait, you're telling me two different pieces of evidence gave the same response? I can't believe this. What is this new development in Phoenix Wright? I don't know what else I can even possibly have here that would help. I need more evidence. I'm clearly missing something. I already checked this area. No, I want to talk to Franziska. Let me talk to you. How do we talk to people? Oh, X. What do you have to say? I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be understanding what the current situation is. Of course. I was planning to do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will. So let's get started. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. What exactly is that hideous fashion faux pas of a costume he's wearing supposed to be? I believe like I've seen it somewhere before. Perhaps there's something different about it than what I remember. That costume is from the very first Steel Samurai. It's a live-action superhero show on television, beloved by children and adults alike. The Steel Samurai's weapon is the Samurai Spear, and it is with the Samurai Spear that he performs his special attacks, which enthrall all who watch them in action. You seem to know quite a bit. Not at all. And in any case, Franziska, I believe the samurai you are familiar with is the second one. The Nickel Samurai who was part of that case last year. Do you recall that case? Yes, I remember. Although, I'd much rather it stay buried in the depths of my mind. Not that I blame her. She was shot during the course of that trial. I fear she may still be suffering great trauma over the shooting. Anyway, that aside, it looks like the Steel Samurai is the suspect this time. Yes, although that's because of who was inside the costume rather than the character. That's right, if he is the Steel Samurai. Yes, Edsford. Have you been in shock over something this whole time? No, I'm not in shock or anything. I want to forget that I had received the Steel Samurai autograph from Larry. But the autograph, the drawing of the Steel Samurai Spear and the caricature of his face. Why did he waste so much time on the most useless parts of the autograph? Hey, Edgy, did you say something? No, I didn't say anything. It's a statue of the founder of Codopia. Me too. Because it's the national treasure, I've heard that only a few are allowed to access it. That's exactly right. Even we're not allowed to touch it. Not without the ambassador's permission, anyway. If we lay even a single finger on it, bam! It's instant jail time. Understood. So it's that precious of a national treasure that a single touch can lead to unrest. And yet I sense that there is something off about the statue. What is the source of this unease I feel? Can I present something to her? What if I present the statue to her? No, nothing. Okay. So what am I supposed to give to Larry then? Like, what do we have here? The note? No, because we were, like, supposed to do something about the spear, but we don't have anything about the spear. We can't leave. Everyone else has been talked to. Okay, what can we present? Because I don't have anything else I can do. That's the old one. So we looking for something new then? Something about the spear. Should we present the statue? Okay, no, he doesn't even know what the statue is. I mean, understandable, you know. Probably isn't up and up on his world geography and history. I like that he enjoyed it. That's wonderful that he enjoyed it. Really says a lot about his character. 1 second here. Okay. What else can we... I already gave him the sword, and we already did the picture. Do I want to, like, put the handle... Well, maybe we need to do a deduce, but we kind of already looked at this. No, okay. Yeah, I guess we technically already did that earlier, automatically. Understandable. Okay, well, the spear is obviously relevant somehow, but, I mean, it's bent. Wait, no. The bend part is not a different investigation, because we technically already did it. Wait, did I just lose nothing? It looked like I lost nothing. Okay, so the spear is bent. What would that mean exactly? We don't have anything. Wait a second. Hang on. If we look at this statue again, and we do a deduce, preferably on the face, but I don't think it really matters. Huh. Okay. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. Is there apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-knot's hand? That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only ambassador or secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched this statue around the time of the crime. Well, that sounds important. Larry, did you do this? It was probably Larry. This one. No, okay. I don't think he's lying. I think he actually doesn't know. It's okay. He can enjoy his BDSM. I'm gonna go finish investigating. Okay, who else has new questions then as a result? Anyone? I don't think that advanced anything because we probably need to do something here. but I don't know what. Like, it's not in the picture, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm entirely convinced the spear's up task. Well, yeah, because it's probably because it's bent. Okay, let's see. Yeah, thrusting point straight to your opponent. Not entirely sure it's up to a task. So if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Piece of evidence. Okay, well, I'm just gonna try many things here and see what we come up with. Until we get something that works. I already did the sword. I don't have anything about the spear. Larry, you like flowers? No? Okay. He really doesn't care about flowers. Francisca's gonna have to start charging for a whipping service at this rate. Okay, there must be something else I missed here over the desk or something. Apparently not. No, okay. Do I present something to, like, Lang? No, I can't talk to him. Could I talk to Bad? I don't. Yeah, Bad comes up with a thing. Should I present statue him? No. Okay. He doesn't care about statues. Statue's not related to Yatagrasu. Perhaps. Now, I gotta present something to Larry, apparently. And I don't think I missed anything. Oh, wait. Apparently you can actually investigate the flower directly. Not that it matters. Counterparts of the Babylonia butterfly's the Alabastian flower. Okay, it's just the same text I clicked on earlier. Just, I didn't investigate from this specific angle, so it, you know, didn't count earlier. Okay, well, we checked the fireplace, right? Yeah, apparently. Nothing there about... It looks like there was a fire in there, so I mean, his explanation for why he didn't go down checks out. Okay, what else can we present? Something about the spear. Larry, did you write this note? Okay, no, I believe you. I'm just gonna present every new piece of evidence that we have that we haven't done yet. I think we already did flowers. Already tried that. Already tried that. I don't think he's gonna know anything about the money or ink, but at this point, I'm not sure what else to try. The handle? That doesn't make any sense. Did we... Yeah, I think we did both. We checked both. Yeah, because the ink was the first piece of evidence we got this time. Can't present profiles in this game. I'm clearly missing something over here. I already got everything here. It wants me to deduce. I'm just not sure what it is I'm deducing yet. Unless that deduction is for the statue, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna try the sword here, see if that does anything. I don't think I tried it earlier. No, okay. I feel like I'm not even losing any health for doing this. It's like even the game knows, yeah, this section's kind of weird. We'll just give you infinite health. Is it because he's not holding it? No. Absolutely not the reason. Oh, maybe I'm losing very little health. Okay, what else could it be? Is it this? Okay, here we go. I just had to do it from here. I think I presented this to him too. But you gotta do it specifically from here. I didn't think that was a thing. Larry, about this spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? This is how we're bringing this up? Because of a drawn? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. But, like... I'm not even gonna question how we're getting to this train of thought. I think this could have been activated through the dialogue as well. There's no reason for it to be only through deducing in here. At least I think so, but maybe I'm wrong. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry. When I held the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam, it hit the wall. You're unbelievable. This is an embassy. But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting a wall. Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of a metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. No, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. Get a room, you two. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. It's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against the wall and bent it. It's hollow. Why does it look like so uber distorted in that picture? I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That one thing that I got stuck on for like 15 minutes was holding up the entire case. That's... Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? Okay, who's under this mask? I swear to fucking God, if it's Wendy under there. Because it's not going to be the real actress, just like Larry's not the real actor. It's just probably someone doing a stage. It's gotta be Wendy. I'm calling it. And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would... Yeah, I fucking knew it! Anyone could have seen that from a mile away. Oh, boy. This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the... aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you surprised? Ah, so you're the one who got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. No. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep. I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. There's no misjudgment on your part. That was precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'd chase you for forever. To the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Franziska and I actually see eye to eye. You know, we were fine without her for like... how many games? She wasn't in 3. She was implied to be there, but she never actually showed up, I'm pretty sure. Or she might have been in like the epilogue and during the credits. That might have technically been her appearance. I'm gonna barely count that. Game 2, she was there. Was kind of important for one case. Maybe Apollo Justice will be like the slate wipe that we need. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought that you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. Oh, was she also in there? Oh yeah, I guess she was there as the Pink Badger. We did have to talk to her briefly. We just can't seem to escape this woman. That was yesterday. Hey, it wasn't necessary for me. Look, I worked at Globo Studios before a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. So he called you? Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really could say no, so here I am, playing the role of the Huey. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly a great. Let me stand in last second, so I tripped. I threw all the ragdoll, the shuriken, and the audience was an uproar, but have a good actress. Because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons. Can we actually read all that? That's amazing. What a great piece of technology we have here. We can actually read whatever the fuck she's saying. I'm not going to, though. I think it would ruin the spirit of it. You're rather lively, old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. Request from Miss Oldbag to stand in for Mindy, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Why is there an accent on the E? How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Eh? What do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. From Miss Oldbag, has mistakes from bad penmanship. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Wait, did Larry mistake this room's fireplace chimney for her room's fireplace chimney? So if he didn't make that mistake, he actually could have been here during the crime. Thank God he's stupid. For his sake. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Angie Boo, I'm so scared. Hold me. Caress me. If you could please not cling onto my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at the Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have hurt the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and I got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors at the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. We just having a party in here now? Sorry, I didn't bring any snacks. Prosecutor Von Karma, I've brought the police dog, as you requested, sir. We have animals now? Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in a search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think its name is, Missile. Wait, what? That's canon? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I guess I really have to add it to the list now. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve this case for us, you know? Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! I guess it wouldn't be a Phoenix Wright game without some sort of supernatural element, after all. That didn't take long. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What? What was that doing in the fireplace? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Franziska, isn't that an official samurai dog? Ah, no! Bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. It looks like that snack wasn't for all Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing? I somehow doubt that. Doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. Samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt can only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. I'm guessing that person isn't Franziska. Now you're gonna explain why there was one of your shirts in the fireplace of this room. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy-Boo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. That's kind of weird, but alright. Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt you found here was at this crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's you doing here? I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. But you had a fireplace going in your room. Why didn't you use it? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I got fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find that body, do you think I would be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. It's always my fault. Tabloid archive is missing, camera's missing, and Missy, speaking of Missy, is married my husband. I got married, so I guess I'm stuck marrying you. What kind of proposal was that? I deserve you, but you can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. Did she not say earlier that she had a fireplace in her room? Can we scroll that far back? How far back can we go here? Or does this only go up to the current conversation? Ugh, it doesn't go far enough back. God damn it. I swear she said that she had a fireplace going in her room. Or was she saying that she was sleeping in this room? But that wouldn't make any sense because then, you know, the crime took place here. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. Yeah, okay, thank you. Good. Not crazy here then. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Oh, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. Let's ask her about hot dogs. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Of course I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy. And are you a Miss Oldbag? No. You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them onto a pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should deliver those things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest in a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. They were sitting on the floor. And so you decide to take one. You know, I don't think a hot dog should be kept out in the open for like, how long was this now? Several hours probably by this point? That probably isn't safe to eat. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show? Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they were for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. She's gonna eat the entire stock. Okay. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Alright, let's talk to Miss L. Hey, is your friend with you? He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve this case. Anyone else new that we can talk to? Or is there something new that we can investigate? Holy shit. Yeah, it's a real shame about this leg. Okay, so I already presented... I don't think there's anything else here. We could present this again. No, I guess there's not really anything in here. You know, I'm starting to think maybe it was Mask the Mask that did this. Just based on the writing and everything, but we don't know who this guy is. But if he's trying to imitate Mask the Mask, the language in the letter would definitely check out. I don't think this is even important. What kind of charm would Old Bag even have? Okay. Should we present this to, like, someone else? Do we have... Oh, Missa. We can talk about Missa.
We bought this dog from the local precinct, but he is really capable of handling this case. I thought police dogs are usually of a much larger breed.
He may be small, but he is an excellent police dog. Furthermore, he was raised by Detective Gumshoe.
You had me thinking the dog was capable until you said that he was raised by Scruffy.
Yes, well, I suppose that wasn't the best of arguments to use. Can we do logic, maybe? I think we got a second piece of logic. Oh, we did get a couple. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used.
And your point is?
Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not?
Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof?
There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went?
Ah, I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you are implying?
That makes sense. Precisely. So that would also explain this. Maybe. Perhaps. The lady's undershirt that Miss Al found.
Ugh. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miss Edsworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already.
You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet despite that, Miss Al found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt.
Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall?
Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. But how did it get there? Do the fireplaces have like a secret switch or something?
Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order.
There's an X on the back of the wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. Wow, look at that.
What is
The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect to this room to the neighboring room.
The neighboring room?
There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. Why would this room need something like that? I guess, like, trying to escape in case this place gets invaded, maybe?
We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the second's killer now, are you?
I'm not allowed to do that.
I would gladly do that. Can we do that? That sounds like a great idea, actually.
No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip, so she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Mask the Second's murder. But then who pressed the button and why? It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world, and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion.
That certainly would be chaotic.
You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. Man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say, I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time... So I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works! Just what happened will do. Now then, if you'd please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. After the show, I left the pushcar in the Rose Garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
You just suddenly wanted to play Santa.
Larry, I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man. Man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. You just got to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter.
He does this every time. I don't know what he thinks he's getting out of this.
Hold it!
You left the pushcart? Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the Rose Garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Albert said to just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing particular, because she was being carried by some ducks on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then...
Hold it!
So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What's with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies. So let it go and move on. Alright already. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy.
Hold it!
Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. Whoa, okay there, Edgeworth. Holy shit. I know. I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Long Shi says, true friends are bosom friends. If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you listen carefully to my testimony. Please don't ever say that again. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened?
Hold it!
Wait, he was inside the embassy, but he somehow saw the chimney up on the roof? I should hardly think that chimneys are rare. Agreed, especially since they are traditional feats of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kinda silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. I just had a good feeling about that chimney. So, wait. Was he the one planning to go down the chimney and drop it on the princess because he thought the princess was not Wendy and was her actual actress? He thought, yeah, I'm just gonna go down the chimney into her room. She's gonna love it. Yeah, real fucking smart there.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, if it's not a fun, need to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth looking into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Yeah, it kinda is. Like, it seems really out of the blue. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, it's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love? What does that even mean? That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. The lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present to was most certainly this.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I'd try to go down a chimney. Oh. I advise you to stop right there and you're bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. Oh, the bill, probably. Yeah. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy. Was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hearts for me. I just know it. Ah,
Yes, right. Of course.
I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you.
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You have been perturbed all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes?
This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
To return to the original topic, I propose at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we do know for sure.
Hey, Edgy. Looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment.
Shut up. I see what's going on here. It looks just like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say.
Long Shi says,
Until the root of the tongue dies, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I will listen.
alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits.
Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? It's okay, I'm sure he knows some people that'll come to defend him. I think he's got a lawyer or something lined up.
So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake had made me late for the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what she really meant. But why would I even put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something.
Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession. Was it testimony?
So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that?
So it was you. You're my stalker. I should warn you. It doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man. So as Edgy-Poo's alive, I can drop him and be unfaithful. No, I can't. Although earlier I was tempted just a tiny bit. I love it, dear Edgy-Poo. Stay complete, too. I love Edgy-Poo.
I'm so inspired.
You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. Thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point.
What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy.
Proof, you say?
Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right?
You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point.
Yeah, see? I'm totally pro at this now.
Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see.
Hold it!
I definitely think Mindy was the main reason, if not only reason, that he went up there. I mean, why else would he do it? Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then what other reason did you wish to go down that chimney?
You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy.
Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect. I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to... Ah, but it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. I will show them already.
Lies! All lies, Edgy!
Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means continue. Because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice.
You won't get the better of me. Then let's see.
Is there any evidence that he was, like, dressed up as Santa?
Hold it!
Because we saw earlier in the flashback that he just took off the costume. And he was, which makes sense. I mean, I know those flashbacks aren't always accurate, but was he wearing a Santa costume under that thing? Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick?
You bet. It was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. was a mess. I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade? What? That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy. Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. Well, what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I said the wrong thing. Well, in his defense, we aren't under oath here, so... he could easily just retract that statement. No penalty. It's not going to help his case either way, though. Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight?
Hold it!
I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady.
Oh, Auntie Pooh, are you staring at me? Oh, are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms?
I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms. What? Me? Edgy? What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife.
Oh, is my poor little Auntie Pooh jealous?
If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant. But Edgy, I told you. I already have Mindy. Speaking of Mindy, what exactly what kind of woman would you say she is? Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troupe's fastest rising stars. Interesting. So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late to the speech? Huh? Curse you two. Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech.
Hold it!
He said like 4 different things that apparently I really meant. I think he needs to get his story straight. I suppose you might be correct in a small way. What do you mean by that?
Besides being a suspect in a murder, there are a few other things you are a suspect of.
Not you too, Francie.
You tried to stalk me, but I won't let you intimidate me like that.
Look, I already told you, Miss Oldpeg. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Can I just arrest this guy already? Completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang. Wait, please listen to me what I have to say. You have a serious assertion to make that I'd consider listening, however... No problem. I'm gonna put all I got into this, so listen good, okay?
Hold it!
Why would he do this on purpose? I can think of a million reasons why he'd do this on purpose. Larry, this is the final point you wish to make? You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh?
Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder.
A fine powder? Oh, fuck. If you really put all your soul into that, then you are ready for what's to come, right? In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man. You're scary, my liege. His whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging for me to show why he bothered to put himself through all this. Okay, so why did he do this? Stick made me late for the speech. Suspect in murder, that's what you really meant. Dressed up as Santa and climbed to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. Okay, what do we have about the fireplace? Well, I guess nothing. I mean, her fireplace was on, but this fireplace wasn't, so yeah, I guess the smoke would be pretty thick. Okay, I'm gonna present here because I don't think it was anything more complicated than yes, he did want to go see Mindy.
Objection!
Yeah. It really was that simple. He's trying to make us overthink it, but no, it really was. Larry, don't you even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter? Hey, why are you showing that thing to me?
Wendy, I will be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Huh, isn't that just romantic?
But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ugh. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Oh my god, this guy!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to... Wait, what? Oh my god, the fucking grammar on this is horrible. Your loving knight. Well, I mean, it's gotta be this, right? But wait. Hang on. Hold up. Why? I forgot this says Wendy at the top. So he doesn't... Okay, I did this by accident. It ended up being the right thing. If I knew what this actually said, I would never pick this. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, but... Oh, wait, I get it. Never mind.
Take that!
We thought this said Wendy. It says Mindy. The handwriting's just that bad. Doctors have better handwriting than this. Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me! It's so embarrassing! Reminds me of the time that I messed up my signature so bad that I had to go and get a replacement license because I wasn't able to prove that I was myself at a bank. So, you know what? I kind of get where he's coming from. Because, you know, when you have sloppy handwriting, sometimes shit just doesn't go your way when you need it the most. There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. They'll have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends. Starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. It set me up.
Accept your defeat graciously.
But you guys are being so mean. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours, and we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. Aw, thanks. This autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. Hit the nail right on the head. Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Minnie's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy.
Your man jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when it came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying its said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, maybe a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because, at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Edgy. You're...
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
Ow.
In any case, I believe that we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts was sought to climb down the chimney. not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door.
Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Hey, what? Edgy. What does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eddie, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt with a very nice hand. The sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in this supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose. Yeah, why Larry indeed? I mean, there's gotta be more to it than just coming down the chimney, therefore he has to be the murderer. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked second. Beside him, there was a samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Seal Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
Hold it!
So you were the first to discover the body this time? This time? What's that supposed to mean? Better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babao. And your secretary, Agent Xin Na, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. So you're going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out that the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babalese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it is a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of the blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made only to be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Ah, okay. I was planning to catch him on the whole stabbing versus bludgeoning thing, but that kind of makes sense, actually. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, hmm? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Hold it!
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood? Yeah, the lab results confirmed that the blood on the sword matches the victim's. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. A vanilla envelope? It's just a stage prop after all. Steel Samurai is all about safety first, so can't use it like a real sword. Steel Samurai has spoken. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity. Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore...
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, they were conducting the autopsy right now. Should that body not be here? Well... I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Then let us continue.
Hold it!
Larry has already testified they forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I left behind by accident. So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him! Why don't you tell him yourself? You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth, and yet you offer it up as fact. You're a worse person than I originally thought. You're free to think what you'd like, however, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough.
Hold it!
Just because he's the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it? No. Climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I've already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend. It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at? Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust. My subordinates and evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors. But as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at a crime scene, then there is something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon, so I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. Okay, Specty beat the victim to death with that thing. Okay. What are we presenting here? Is it the... Do we have like anything that talks about how he died? Doesn't look like it. Thought to be what killed the mask the second. But how do we... Supposed to be in the steel somebody's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Found the murder weapon's owner, suspect Larry Butts in here too, okay. Well, considering we had to open up this piece of dialogue here, what if we press it? Because I don't think we pressed this one, actually. About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blender sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Oh, okay, this is one we already did. So it was... Yeah, this was the one that we had. Beat the victim to death with that thing. I mean, he mentions the whole bludgeoning thing, but I don't think... Oh, is it? No, it's not 3D. Kinda looks like it's slashing. I'm gonna try it. No, okay.
What else do we have that would, like, prove a bludgeoning happened? Or that this wasn't the weapon? Because we don't have any other weapons. The only other weapon we have was the knife, but the knife was in the previous murder. That wasn't here. It seems like he was hinting at it, because he wouldn't... I'm thinking that what he meant was the fact that the knife was missing or was swapped or something. Expect you beat the victim to death with that thing. Found the murder weapon's owner in here too, okay. See, the problem is I don't have, like, anything that talks about the victim itself. Nothing about the flowers. What's on page 3? Oh, maybe it's this. Because that would refer to the sword, therefore I can be like, actually... It was the spear. Because the spear clearly has signs of being used to smack someone. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang?
It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. You're seeing mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. This is the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is a slightly different category. So, what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No. I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it is bent. Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, the inside of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, their replicas aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow.
Oh, that's what we're getting at. Yeah, that, in hindsight, that actually is pretty obvious. A bit trickier. I'm glad I picked the right thing. Just came at it from the wrong angle. A really wrong angle.
And yet there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Yeah, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him?
I'm sure if Edgeworth could, he would totally dock Larry's pay.
That's more than enough of your whiny whipping. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is always of a uncommon way. It's neither smart nor very clever.
Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I'm not a genius prosecutor. Plus I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken, for no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Says the person who lost at least 5 cases.
That may be your opinion, however I don't believe that's all we are.
As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the Master Second without bending it.
I don't know if you could really do that, even like a slash. Like, what else could you possibly do with it? The blood is on the blade, implying a slash. I don't think it'd be able to withstand Slash if that spear could barely withstand a bang against the wall.
So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need.
Of course. What I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close.
It's possible that to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that the suspicion would fall into the owner of said weapon?
How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory?
As long as I want, because we examined every corner in the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
You left no stone unturned? Is that a fact?
If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Are we going to get into the dagger now? Be like, see, you missed this piece of evidence. Who knows what other evidence you missed?
Hold it.
May I inquire as to how you were able to make such a claim, Agent Lang?
Young Shi says, capable of miracles that beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man.
Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible.
The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill him with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it.
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword.
I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like.
Hold it.
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong.
Given the circumstance, I mean, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it.
And you call yourself a professional?
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon.
Another possible weapon? In this room, there's only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now.
What, the knife? The knife that's meant for stabbing and clearly has a stab evidence on it? And you tell me this guy died to a bludgeoning? I don't believe it. Not for a second. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon.
Hold it.
The only place where you can find blood was on the samurai sword.
That's right, even with Luminor. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined.
Do you have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon?
Yes, that's kind of been our entire argument this whole time, of course.
If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
And how do you plan to do that?
By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself. But my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis?
Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men.
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon.
Okay, I see where this is going now. I can't wait to see how this is explained. Alright then. I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damascus II, what exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which is not a single person is yet to touch, is this.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the Permidu statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it, which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty state. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Oh, so you tell me you did touch the statue? Are you confessing to that crime right now? Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion that I can draw from that. Go look for the ambassador of Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please let's be rational about this. Nangxi says. Just go already. Yes, sir. I like that he's calling me an infidel. When really, everyone here is an infidel. This isn't their country either. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primidu statue. I see.
Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang. What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Why do I have this feeling that maybe he will be taking a fall of some sort? Like, what if he's the guy in charge of the smuggling ring? Just a thought. Point it out there. What if he's the one in charge of everything that's been going here? Because he seems to always come up at the perfect time. You know, he has a very close relationship with his men, similar to how a mafia boss might. And he's always here at the scene of the crime first, before everyone else. And yeah, Franziska's been working with him. He's supposedly Interpol, blah, blah, blah. But it just, to me, it seems a little too coincidental. You know, it's too convenient. I don't know. It's a strange possibility. Maybe it won't even come up this game. Maybe this isn't a mystery that's going to be solved for another 5 cases or something. But I'm putting that theory out there. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, then it'd be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Yeah, see, it'd be a real problem for his men if something were to happen to him. Almost like maybe he's got some other, I don't know, secret that we should know about. Perhaps. Alright then. Let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminol test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay. Let's get the forensics team in here. Set them to work. Look at that. Now here's the problem. If this statue's made of pure gold, how the hell did anyone lift this thing? Because that thing looks pretty huge. And probably also very heavy. And let's just, you know, pulling it out there. Unless, perhaps, this one is the fake statue? Hmm? Maybe. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Master Second. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Master Second. So the charge remains. We're hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Ah, you think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. What else can we examine? Ah, well. That would certainly seal the deal, wouldn't it? Big ol' handprint on the bottom. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, Francis guy! I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we left from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Babylonis embassy? The prints belong to him, Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... Oh, shit. Of course you realize this means war. What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Primedu statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's Primedu statue. Impossible. It can't be. So what, you told me he carried it all the way in here just to kill him? Larry never once set foot on Babylonis soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastrian knife in Babel. And Damas II was killed on Alabastrian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. Pieces were there, but I yet to see the big picture they were to form. Okay, this case got really interesting. Like, just the complexity of everything is really, making this story a lot more something. I thought I had it all figured out. You know, it happens from time to time. Sometimes I've figured out a couple of the Phoenix Wright plots. But I clearly know nothing about this then. I thought maybe, okay, whoever the killer was came into this room, somehow picked up the statue. Oh wait, it's probably the fake one, so it's probably not made of gold. And then clobbered him over the head. Why? I don't know. But apparently it was the other guy, causing murder on foreign soil. I've left at the Master Second investigation of Francisca and returned to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babel's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Let me guess, you haven't found anything? Oh. We've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastrian embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask.
The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing this, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ugh. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. What do you mean, unload them somewhere? Doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either.
What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away?
Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of.
Wait, what? What do you mean by a fake?
Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to go down there. Apparently that's all to leave. I just wanted to talk to Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth.
You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy so much as a good investigation, sir.
Probably because he has nothing else he can enjoy. You know, what with his salary being pretty much nothing. So, what did you find out?
Well...
You found a sense of humor? Great job, Gumshoe. Take it he's found nothing of particular use, as usual.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something real interesting from Ambassador Palliano.
Oh, and what is this something interesting?
This, sir.
That is a pretty fancy looking lantern.
Wow, it's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, detective?
So apparently if you burn this special white crystal oil that they only make in Babao, it burns with this green color, sir.
Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babao should the oil run out.
Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it'd protect the images.
Oh? Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much?
Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why's Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Runs on white crystal oil, which burns green. It's a Babalese souvenir.
Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be pretty tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you like.
I don't think we can redeem those here, so, thanks. And these are...
Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
Oh, they actually are useful here. Except they're not useful right now, so thanks. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly?
Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract the extra bit of attention to Babel. I heard it tonight over in the Albastian Rose Garden. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should have given a speech or two.
Mr. Cochin told you that?
Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to.
Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started.
Exactly.
Ambassador Palliano, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadou statues.
Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that the Alabaster and Babel used to be a one country called Cadopia?
Yes, I know that much about your history.
Well, the Primadou statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth.
So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it.
Yes, that's right. Which is why both the countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose.
But if Alabasta and Babel were to re-establish relations,
Shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primedu statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paliano knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. And before he arrests Edgeworth on the spot. Ambassador Paliano, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes. Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just the one thing. How about the 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babel, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Kochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it into one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Kochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Oh yeah, by the way, I touched your statue. I hope you don't mind. Ambassador Paliano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primedu statue sitting in Alabasta right now actually belongs to Babel. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's Primedu statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession... Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabasta's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babel's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I know that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose a face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? You don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabasta? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babel is just as strict as Alabasta in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the 2 countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to this weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was in the rose garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of the boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba wished to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the rose garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a guitar pick? What is it? I guess it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? Doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here.
I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find its owner later. It doesn't possibly belong to the Jammin' Ninja, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Miss Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this?
What is this?
It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that women left behind and that I found 7 years ago.
You've been hanging on to this that whole time? In your bag?
I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Is there a chance you is the Yatagarasu? I mean, considering that the Yatagarasu's been at large for several years, and you's been missing for several years. Maybe that's too perfect, though. Is there anything around here to investigate? A ladder.
Actually, that's a step ladder.
They're the exact same thing.
No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. The step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all.
From a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. I think many things are dangerous during an earthquake, Edgeworth. Not just ladders, and step ladders, and rope ladders.
Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush?
The scent of treasure? Not at all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it.
No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic.
Perhaps for a thief like you, but the level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewaterland seemed to be pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore, so everything just naturally balances out. Eggs full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're there for the renovation.
Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter.
Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. And Mr. Edgeworth has a pretty good play on words there.
Kermit, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe?
No, it's not like that, sir.
Wait, I don't get the joke. What's the play on words there? Gumshoe, you're an idiot. Come on. What does sweat have to do with anything? It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated.
You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show.
I should think this would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. I don't know, it worked for Mask the Mask. There's a sign here warning passers-by to take precaution around this renovation site.
They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere.
I believe Ambassador Palaiano said it was to attract more tourists and visitors.
What can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth?
How about transforming it into a courthouse?
Hey, be serious.
But I was being serious.
You know, not everything needs to be a courthouse.
Especially in an embassy. That seems a little weird.
This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know.
Ah, but there is no treasure inside those things.
Oh, too bad. But we do have a lot of treasure back in Babel. Sounds great. I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount.
Sir, we welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms? Maybe he doesn't understand the idiom there.
Just looking at these scaffolds makes me want to climb them.
I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not too long ago.
Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Thief Child says, if there's a height to be scaled, then scale it you must.
Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said? Is that like a show?
Having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire.
I suppose we should stay out here and investigate the stage some more then.
Okay, we missing anything important? Oh, traffic cone. So many traffic cones are red and white. That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Aren't they usually orange and white in America? Oh, is that why? So then, the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake? Please do not compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Oh, now we can leave. Wait, how far can we go here? And just like that, everyone's gone. How different is the dialogue now? Treasure could be found so easily, wouldn't everyone be able to live a life a bit easier? Aw, don't dash my dreams. Huh. What is it? Don't tell me you actually found something. Whoops, false alarm. I could have let myself get caught up in her wild delusions. Okay. I'm gonna assume that we've checked everything and it's just gonna be a little different because they're not here now. I think I'll be returning to the investigation at Alabasta now, but... I know. I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. Wait, we just get free reign of the entire embassy? Oh, okay, this is new. And I was like, boy, this thing got complicated fast. Oh, who's it this time? Oh, it's Franziska again. How are things in Babel? Also, I can't really say I expected much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Kochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's why I came here to investigate. I don't think they're doing it at will, out of, like, you know, the proper channels. They're a thief. They're probably sneaking around. When you're sneaking around, you can probably go pretty much anywhere you want. I heard that this is where the witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabasta. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly, it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Bablese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Ah, the real investigation now begins. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech started to panic. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. Having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Is it possible the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. What else could she be pouring? What are you even thinking of is possible here? It looks like water. What else could it be? Please elaborate. Is it supposed to be milk? Is it supposed to be some other liquid? It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primitu. Well, Mans Edsworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. Can't even read it when it's spelt out to him. I opened my mouth about statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires.
I see. Oh. The pool will stop filling itself automatically. Wow, that was fast.
The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level.
If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. That seems like weird that they just have a fountain whose sole purpose is to put out fires. Not to mention it's also kind of weird that the fountain stops when the water fills up to a certain amount. Not really much of a fountain then, is it? Like, it should just be running continuously, no? Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Part of the Rose Garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. What the? Why?
How dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm that type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yes. Alright then. Did you, by chance, fall into the pool? A nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I was about to comment, but then I remembered that as the Steel Samurai, he would have a son. I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. I'm pretty sure he's around here when I last saw you.
You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway?
Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
The pink princess.
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool.
Larry, we've not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant, but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And although he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained.
You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location.
I don't know, I kind of like it. Also, there's like orange roses. I've never even heard of orange roses. I know of flowers that look like roses that are orange.
They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this.
Can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I'd better leave it be.
They really should rethink the proper balance of these roses.
All the people to comment on the proper balance of things. Yeah, someone needs to learn proper balance when it comes to clothing, if you know what I'm saying. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primedu statue.
The plaque reads, King Primedu ends the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Primedu put his life on the line and went to war.
So Primedu is actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend.
Oh, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed.
I suppose there's that too. I mean, you know, everything's got to be inspired by something, right? Maybe whoever created the Steel Samurai was inspired by King Primedu. I suppose Ambassador Elba sat in this chair.
Ambassador Elba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired doing his speech.
In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place?
The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. Sounds like my old principal from grade school would speak at assemblies. What if they're the same person? So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements, like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed. You can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Nothing else new here? Doesn't look like it. Alright, you two. What you got? How is the investigation proceeding on your end? Like she says, that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. Don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information? No, unlike Gumshoe, I think this guy has a little more respect for his job. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case. Yes, sir. Not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright. With my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when the cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had already vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Good thinking, sis. You might just be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out who its true origin. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear what you know of the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Well... okay, if it was one of these spotlights, considering where the spotlights kind of are... could it have been, like, this? Like, combination of the statue and the leaf, maybe? I don't think the sword, like, the sword's too tall and thin. I don't think it could have been that. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue? Are you playing me for a fool, my Zetwell? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow? Franziska, if you could take a look at this, don't you find it to be a bit suspicious? It's not the leaf? Okay, what else could it be then? Okay, so if the statue was there, obviously no one moved this statue, because unlike the fake gold statue, I doubt anyone's lifting this thing. So, what else could be part of it? What, the fence? The roses? Okay, so I'm guessing it was actually projected behind him on the... Is it like the microphones that did it? Because they're kind of pointed in the right way. I can't reach the microphone specifically, but maybe? No, okay. I don't think that's gonna be it. Okay. Would it be like the blinders on the spotlight itself? Someone standing in the water? Unless it was both of the statues. It was both of the statues. How? Oh, because they would have... Oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. Because if there's lights there and there's lights at the other statue, and they're shining on the stage. Yeah, that makes sense. It's another statue. Yatagarasu's shadow is made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. Man, that must have hurt for whoever kicked those things. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared... You believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primidu in the battlefield. Yeah, look at that. It's perfect. The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up a light on the queen who spoke of love to King Primidu, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Ha! So if we were to combine the two shadows... It looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this condensed shape? Calm down, Franziska. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's shadow is used to complete the Yatagarasu shadow? Only one part. Oh, it's gotta be the hand then, right? It's gotta be the hand. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Franziska, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after the people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. I don't know if the culprit could have really accounted for such a thing, but sure, yeah, we'll go with it, why not? By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished. Which means that the shadow was constructed from the very beginning.
So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that the thief visited was Babel, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast.
An accomplice? But who?
I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Now who's here? Oh, it's you. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu?
I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target in the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes.
So, what have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture.
A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
Oh. What's that shadow? That's not created by any of the lights. What in the world?
The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lied to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from.
I see. So this was taken after the fire. Taken from a building nearby at the moment of border crossing during the fire.
The blur in the picture took off from the Babylonis embassy. Flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
Yeah, I don't believe this for a second.
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Yeah, that wasn't a fun case. Fuck that case. Actually, no, yeah, the case he had to deal with was fine. That one was okay. It's the other case that apparently involved a flying person that's like, that I'm good. We don't need that one anymore.
Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually.
What was the other one? There's Big Top. Another one with a flying person. Unless she's also thinking about the same case Edgeworth was involved in, I guess. Because they both were there for that.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
I have to the task of solving this mystery behind this photograph. Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babylonis embassy, so I should start from there. Franziska, I need to return to the Babel investigation for a bit.
Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building.
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's. No, I didn't. I'm holding right. There we go. This is kind of cool. We get like a little more free reign of everything. I wonder if the second game is more open with its exploration.
To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found the man he's a killer yet?
I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palermo, but I've yet to find his killer.
Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth.
Mr. Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright?
Mr. Plano.
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are quite a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman.
You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss.
Hey, Sir Polino.
Those two sure got chummy offy quickly.
You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted.
Yeah, when I came to this room, the person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Kochin's killer.
We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago is found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved.
I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Kochin's killer.
And again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
But this could be how that person escaped.
Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. What new things could we possibly find here? Here's that Mr. Kochin's body had been taken for an autopsy. The white outline is all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. A fireplace, huh? Sopabal's offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
I think he has a sense of keeping his clothes clean. And I appreciate that. You could see the Alabastian embassy through this window.
So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ah, you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damas II was killed.
What? You don't mean the Damas II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damas II was merely an imposter of the original. It appears that this area is heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
Well, I see one thing that definitely stands out. There's a bottle of Babyliss ink on Mr. Kochin's desk.
It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside.
Seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Plano, looks like your precious Babyliss ink is all right after all.
What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? I'll come over there and ask him about it in a bit. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them.
Well, sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon.
And what kind of discount would that net you?
The 5-finger kind. What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as...
Such as the truth. What else would I steal?
What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Benny Cochin. His name was written here on this nameplate.
Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake.
Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. There's only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. Oh, the most important part was blackened by the fire. Oh, my cruel fate.
Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Probably for the best.
So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh?
Well, what did you imagine them to look like?
I thought the Babels would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looks like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base.
If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabest, don't you think?
Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia?
There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place.
You know what you lack, Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination.
It would appear that this desk has also fell victim to the fire.
But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
I suppose we really should take a look. Ooh, what's all this stuff? This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. That looks a little familiar. Seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
I think that's it. Oh, aside from the chair. That looks like a very comfortable chair.
Well, that doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it?
No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things.
And my job is to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. You know, we could probably deduce something here. Just saying. Maybe, if we still have that evidence. Oh, we do. Perfect. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found.
Hey, you're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Pelino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like a Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case...
Oh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II.
Damask II? Then this note...
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Primedu statue.
What?
Manny tried to steal Alabast the Primedu statue. We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that the Manny would ever think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yes, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round, like a record.
I see. I guess I could see how you might think that. Didn't they make that reference already in like a previous game? Or am I wrong? I swear that they did a reference to that song already. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast.
Oh, that the clock has been with us since back when we were still Codopia. That's one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock?
I'm sorry, but no.
Oh, but I'm sure you'll love it to chime. Really? It's gonna be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it.
Is it that time already? Time sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation.
Well, it's not that late. The night's only just begun.
Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know.
Yes, Gramps.
I feel attacked. So this is the real Primadou statue.
It's really valuable, right?
That's what they say.
Hold it!
Hey, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth.
Sounds mighty suspicious to me. She better not be taking it. If that statue's gone, she's the prime suspect. Still don't know where the blade of the Babyliss knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it?
Looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu.
The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere.
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all.
Could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that?
No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
I don't think you fully understand the weight of what you're saying here. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out.
Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about?
Which one? The one there was more than one tonight?
Huh?
Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had the two fires here at the Babyliss embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was.
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show.
Ah, well, the first fire occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught the fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theatergoers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night.
Exactly.
So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out.
I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fires on the floors above it that it caused it. That's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office is on the 5th floor, Manny's office is here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. So there's 2 fires today. So if this second fire was just a coincidence, then the real fire happened above. I wonder if we'll get to investigate his office then.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Paleno.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from the morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. And then after that I had a roll for breakfast.
Hold it.
Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. Condensed version has the most questions of any witness we've had so far in this case. So, what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jamini Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here trying tidying up his office. You helped clean up Mr. Cochin's office? Or were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primadou statue and the Babyliss knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer need and expired coupons in the fireplace. Oh, don't tell me they set off the fire. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? Ah, about that. I kinda forgot to clean the ashes out. Yep, there it is. He's responsible for the fires. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get him angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me saying I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Spilled Babyliss ink onto the back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatre Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I'd straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the Earth fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I peeked in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Plano, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babyliss ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was the Manny's ink that had caught fire, so that is why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. Case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about mystery. What exactly was it that caused the fire in here?
I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II.
Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Baba's statue, well, he's just a replica.
And did Mr. Cochin know about the Babao's Imadu statue?
Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once the statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority.
Yes, I understand.
Well, when I told the man my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Kadopia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Kadopian ambassador.
But, well, was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or ever will be.
Don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Yeah, he probably needs something for his smuggling ring.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested?
Yup, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Gay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now that we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Oh, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? You know, in a different timeline, I bet we would have gone like a cool spin-off game with her father and Detective Bad.
Please don't
Ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it truly is a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet.
So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget. Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon?
Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Oh, right, that was Little Thief. I forgot about that gadget from the last case. I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the Ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all seen. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Seems there are other things besides what the Ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well.
Oh, what is this? Is it some sort of a light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Alright, what's changed? Oh. What is all this?
So Babao is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
Do you already have a destination in mind?
Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training.
Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't believe she took me seriously. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You can tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. A fireplace, huh? Some of Babal's offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in a relatively the same location in the Yellow Bastion office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that undershirt in the fireplace.
Feels that traumatizing. Why don't you try creating a new memory with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek.
Come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
I thought we were going to talk about the flag, but okay. How about these drapes? No. Nothing new here. I'm clicking on all the yellow things and it just ends up being the same. Unfortunate. And since it's new, I can't, like, fast forward through it. Or at least the game says it's new. Okay, how about the chair? That looks like a very comfortable chair. Nope, it's also the same. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go check the knife then. Knife is probably gonna be different, since this is before the crime after all. Alright, let's try the knife. I guess all the new stuff is over here.
Looks like one of the Babalese knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think?
Not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. This grandfather clock was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that the most likely was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I didn't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still a chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Paleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the inside of this clock.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Good length of wire that was wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock. Doesn't look like it's connected to anything. So it's not like it was being used to spy or something.
Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Paleno that put the wire in there.
Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. How about this fire? These must have been the large green flames that Ambassador Paleno saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time.
Then this fire here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babel, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Paleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, the person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, the person who came into this room before you. That person must have came in this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one else would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever that that person burned, made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than those flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, and I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why those flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? The lantern. Yeah, we don't really know where this lantern came from. Was it in this room the whole time? We didn't see it here the first time.
This silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from white crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about. The ink?
Take that!
Bubbly's ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bubbly's ink.
Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right?
Yes. However, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in his massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah, I began to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, it's all the counterfeit money. That's why he rushed back to his room. He didn't want anyone to find the counterfeit money. But, and I guess maybe he set the fire then? Before he died? Burn all his money up? That would explain why the safe was empty, but the papers behind the wall were untouched. Because he was probably using the front of the safe to store all his counterfeit money, but maybe it was like good enough that, you know, no one, if they opened the safe, they might think it was real at a first glance. It would appear I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bubbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Oops, not that.
Take that!
What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Shangfa.
You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Alright, is there anything else we need to investigate here? Don't think so. National symbol of Babel is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it.
Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it?
Even if it did, it wouldn't really have any bearing on our case, Kay. Already talked to him. Gumshoe? Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yup, sir did. I also helped out both fires, sir. But that voice fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burned to a crisp. Don't use the elevator during a fire. There's usually signs telling you not to do that. Wait, that's odd. We always have warned our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh?
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic?
Detective, did you see the Yatkarasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all?
I did poisonally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the poison either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective.
The second fire broke out around the time of the Yatakarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's when a suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic.
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatkarasu that entered Babel?
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious poison wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive idea, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatakarasu that appeared in Alabasta was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In the light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel is also suspect.
You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you.
So, the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kochin, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective. I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh? Is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed straight towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochin's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran off as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Shina was able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad Agent Shina got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shina was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. She's probably in on the ring. I'm babbling too much? What do you mean I'm babbling too much? Agent Shina mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the voice fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do welcome to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? I examined everything in this office, but there's still one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes. About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. One of Gumshoe's lines earlier. Oh. Maybe I was. Sometimes it's hard to notice when I'm doing the reading how exactly I'm talking. Ah, that's right. You also paid a visit to the Alabastrian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be a one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make the Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? It's another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. But thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect the what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Why does that office look like Nickelodeon slime the entire thing? Oh, because we're in a holodeck. The girl that hangs out with us has a portable holodeck that she uses to recreate crime scenes, or like rooms or areas that they were like at some point in the past. So Gumshoe was able to get a bunch of data together from testimonies and other people who were able to reconstruct the room as it were before the fires, which happened here, because we're dealing with an arson, partially in this case. And then she was able to use her machine to overlay that version of the room on the current version of the room, so we can spot the difference and like see where things were at some point. You know, to get like a timeline of events. So that's why we're able to see like everything outlined in yellow is stuff that was different at the time. So like obviously the fan, you know, from the fire would be on the ground all smashed up, but before the fire it would be hanging up. And obviously these flames aren't real. They were just here as part of the fire. Wait, what are we doing next? Oh right, I can now do facts and logic.
Oh, we can do lots of facts and logic. Oh, he had Babella in the actual line. Right, okay, I see which line you're talking about. Yeah, okay. What do we have here? Okay, well, the cemetery probably. Oh, that means... I know exactly what that means. That means that there definitely is a secret passage in the fireplace here, too. The Alabastion and Babyliss sides of the buildings are symmetrical to each other. You know, I was wondering if there's, like, maybe some sort of pun or something with the names of these countries. I don't know what they were called in Japanese. I doubt that these countries were made up specifically for the Western version of this game. Maybe they're just meant to be, like, you know, kind of typical Eastern European countries or something, because I assume these are countries in Europe. I don't recall if they said they were specifically European countries, but they sound European. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? Sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of a secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much of work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Miss Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. My first thought is that's likely the killer used a revolving fireplace. That would definitely be one way to escape. It looks just like another fireplace though, doesn't it? So, how do you turn it again? In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. You scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? Something missing? Well, the only thing that I can see that kind of seems weird, but I don't really know if this is weird. The killer was Santa Claus. Well, actually, he's not Santa Claus, because we just disproved that Santa was the killer. Actually, yes, Santa was involved. I'm not making this up. Santa was disproven to be the killer. We had to defend him earlier. It's a long story, but no, Santa could not have been the killer. He didn't like the cookies. They were snickerdoodles. He hates snickerdoodles. Okay, so the only thing that seems to come to mind here, if it's even in the evidence, I don't know if it is. It's not in the evidence. Well, shit. I was kind of hoping we had the fireplace in our evidence still. Huh. I don't know what he'd be referring to. What would be the difference? I mean, the only thing we can click on is the X and this. Oh, okay. This seems stupid. But is it really? Where is it? That's also not evidence? What the fuck do you want me to do, game? Oh! Yeah, okay, what's this? Alright. I had a right idea, but I was coming at it from the wrong angle, which seems to be a running theme in this case, but... Yeah, no, it's right here. Ambassador Paleno, you said you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right. But why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? They're gone. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Paleno is lying, do you? No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. This is the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us.
Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Are we using logic? Oh, we got tons of logic to use here. I don't know if... Oh, it's probably this then. Vixen did it. That reindeer never liked its position in the line. Well, we do have the mysterious case of someone flying outside the window. So you could very well be right. Maybe it's one of the reindeer. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paleno said that he spilled some Babyliss ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere.
Well then, I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. There are signs that the revolving fireplace wall on Babal's side had been used.
And you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down.
Maybe?
The killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next. Then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, that person in the next room was, Oh, it was that person, sir.
Yes, Detective. Agent C. Na.
It's looking more and more like Mrs. Shina is the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one, and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she is hiding something from us.
Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Shina herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask II's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Come on, Gummy, you can do it.
Is he really the best person for the job, though? I mean, she now is kind of a skinny woman. He's not very much of a skinny woman. Shouldn't Kay do it? She'd be more appropriate.
Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. The ash fairy took them. Maybe Shina is the ash fairy. Furthermore, the Babyliss ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is? Now, we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yggdrasil's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to those embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth,
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
what are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one that said it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, on what only seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things should go through calmly, the answer should come to us.
Hey,
That's the sort of thing I say to myself. When I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know.
that is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Hey, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir.
You alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. The jacket has gone quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unboiled ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but, you know. I see. Very well, then. As you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is...
I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Kochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let's go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena.
I can't believe Edgeworth actually offered to pay for something.
For Gumshoe of all people.
Maybe Edgeworth is finally becoming nice.
We're still in the middle?
Yeah, I knew this case would be long. Jesus.
Agent Lang. Lang Shi says, little cubs, never do they, know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher.
And what does that mean?
It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get.
I totally forgot that his glasses look like that. Like, those are the dumbest looking glasses I've ever seen.
Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babbly's ink. They were all of Zangfa dominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma.
But we don't know where the play money has gone.
They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since these things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zangfa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I've investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zangfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first, and now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no, no, no. I should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Curses, you fool. Curse your empty brain. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sina, let's go. Time to return to our den. You mean your crime den?
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well.
Agent Lang. You, Wolfman and the secretary lady, hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Quest to steal the Primadou statue. Handwriting matches that of Manny Cochin. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Shina, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind.
Yes?
How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed?
Uh-oh.
I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first.
Miles Edsworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours.
The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth.
Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end.
She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? I'm not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence. So let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. I'm trying to think of what kind of evidence we actually do have against her specifically. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain first what the person you were chasing did.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage in the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway, until the sun turned. Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... What was there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared.
When
Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact the person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have ran right into this person. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Take that.
This is who the suspicious person would have ran into. Wait, wasn't... I thought Gumshoe was the one who found him. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. I'm jumping ahead here a couple steps. Don't worry, we're not quite at that part yet. No, there's another person that they would have ran into. Which is the whole crux of this argument, so I can't believe I didn't see it, but, yes, I know exactly who to ran into. It's okay, I was just testing him. It's fine. It would have been, this person.
Take that.
Of course. Your answer is C, nah. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run straight into Agent Shina, who was in the room next door. Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question?
No, I didn't see anyone.
You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have...
It just means the creep slipped out before Shina made it into the hallway.
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Ah, here we go. See, I told you, I was skipping a few steps. Was it technically wrong? Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time?
Me, sir? When I heard Kay scream, I went towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sina, sir.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened.
Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken.
I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet.
Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Babylese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information wisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists... Are you saying this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but... humans can't fly.
Well, shit. There goes my argument.
Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense.
Besides, I never said that I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in the photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same one as the photo. Proof. Okay, so in the photo... I have an idea what it could be. I just don't know what the order of operations it wants here. So my thinking is what this is. So if the Yatagarasu was possibly, or whoever was the perpetrator, was the person with the long coat that some people saw, is that the coat there? Like, is it possible that their coat was lit on fire and then thrown out the window? I'm just not sure what it wants me to pick. I'm thinking maybe the lamp?
Take that!
No, okay. Does not want me to pick the lamp for this. I need to, like, I'm guessing I need to probably present the fire somehow. Or, like, the idea of the green flames. Okay. Think back what Detective Bad told me about when this photo was taken. Okay, when was the photo taken? Does it say in here? Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Oh, okay, then we probably need to present the fires themselves. Yeah, okay, that's it. Right. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. So it could be, well, it could be the code, I guess. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. Okay, yeah, no, this is a different one. Unless the same person went out and back in, but that doesn't make sense. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yay, way to go! That's twice you've been him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastion investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babyliss side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my state? Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Bang. It's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena, you have shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle truly begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babyliss embassy? During the first Babyliss fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run to Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic.
And it wasn't when Agent Shina tried to arrest Kei under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner?
Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
Then you all should apologize by now for making Kei out to be the killer, pal.
I'm sorry, Shina. I apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Miss Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Shina.
Then let's put that to the test, and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Hold it.
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort?
I was in charge of the police on the Babalese side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that.
Shina's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Shina, tell them what other things you're good at. Alright.
Hold it.
By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the 3rd floor of Babal, correct?
Yes. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face.
By the way, how was your team's investigation?
In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the 3rd floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors.
Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the 3rd floor.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the 3rd floor.
And you did that alone?
Yes.
Hold it.
So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office.
I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office.
Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall.
Yes, I did.
She was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet.
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Not you do, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Shina.
The prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Hold it.
You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true?
I really hate to repeat myself.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. You calling Shina's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shina right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt with superfluous comments.
Aw, you know, I kind of feel bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me.
And why is that?
Hold it!
Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite just being an avid citizen.
Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu.
That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough.
I see. Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. Seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony.
Well, then why don't you show her using what you found out with Little Thief?
I will, in due time. Escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kei was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shina, then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? Okay, so during the first fire she was assisting upstairs with putting it out. Second fire she was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared, so she would have been on the third floor. While searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over, right, because she was in the room that the fireplace connects to. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. There's a couple of girls, Yatagarasu even exists. In the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of Yatagarasu. Do I now present the fireplace? Is that what we're doing? Trying to see if there's like anything else here that's even remotely relevant. Searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Search for the Yatagarasu that appeared in... Okay. Right, and that's when we... So we determined that it couldn't have escaped through the door. Very skeptical this girl's Yatagarasu even exists. We have evidence that this person does exist. I know she said we didn't, but... Did we present this? I don't think we have anything about the wire specifically. Well, okay, but this was the... We just finished stating that this was from before she was chasing the person. So that's like a different one. I don't know if that's the right statement. We have reason to believe that this is definitely the lie. I don't think there's really anything important in this press. Okay. I mean, that's kind of hinting that it could be the right one to press or present on. It's talking about lying later on. I don't know though. Okay. Let's see. So although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Why would that be a lie? Why would she... Could she have caught a glimpse of it? Is it because of this? It was taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Well, she should have seen this, right? No, okay. Because that was like between the fires. Oh, but yeah, she was in the next room after the second fire had taken place, which is different than the fourth and fifth. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical the Girls Yatagarasu even exist. Do we put the picture here? I mean, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but... Well, okay, but... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that would have been too obvious of a thing, because... We already went over this earlier, so I didn't think it could have been it. Okay. Seems to be a very large flaw in the testimony. Escape of the Yatagarasu that Kei was in pursuit of. It turns out it really does lead right to Agent Shina. Then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? Okay. So it has to do something with the fireplace. In the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babao. Okay, so what do we know about that fireplace? There's signs that the revolving fireplace wall on Babao's side had been used. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Do we present the fireplace? I didn't do that yet, so... Okay, it is that. I, for some reason, wasn't thinking we were going to be presenting this just yet, but yeah, that makes the most sense. Being in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Kochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Myers? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place Kei under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kei look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Uh-oh, she's about to break. Shina? She's definitely the killer then, isn't she? I feel like though we only solved like half this mystery, even if we have unmasked the killer. You know, where have we seen a laugh like that before? That laugh. Remember this irritating laugh? I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Shina, what's wrong with you? I'm so sorry. It was so funny I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say?
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. Prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? Think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. As that prosecutor is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than a mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you have proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question.
My question?
Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel was used recently. Is it the oil? Signs the revolving fireplace wall on Babel's side has been used. Oh, the ink. Yeah, the testimony.
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question?
Yes. According to Ambassador Palieno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin.
Oh?
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palieno said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. She can't seriously brush that off as some sort of joke, can she? I mean, that's pretty big evidence. And just what is so funny?
That's just proof? You even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court?
Hey, there will be no puns in this fake courtroom, okay?
You still wish to fight us? Of course. Why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter-argument, huh?
This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Gladly. I feel like, though, this might not be the last testimony.
In my eyes, all you've proven is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office.
Very thorough indeed. Then why do we have all the evidence and you got none of it?
And there you have it, my counter-argument.
That's very impressive. She's seen through the fact I've yet to gather what that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Gay? I haven't known a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But
Kay, hold yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her from me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sina, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Shina. Shall we begin? I'm ready when you are.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself, so that should be proof enough even for you, pal. Looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess you're not all that learned. Yo, talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used.
Hold it!
Not really sure how we could prove that it was her. So you want the proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Ugh. Can you prove it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? That's unfortunately not really her responsibility here because we're the ones making that claim. So, sadly, the burden of evidence falls to us. I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Hold it!
Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
Hold it!
It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paliano and Mr. Kochin. Curses. Should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections?
Hold it!
So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babylonis embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into the Alabasta were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Kochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sina. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my subordinates? I mean, he did kind of offer to get him dry cleaning on his coat earlier. And he did kind of turn it down. No. Nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you're a bit too strict sometimes. This is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Anyway, Sina, you didn't find anything in Mr. Kochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kochin's office.
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babylonis knife handle yet. Ah, there it is. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Wang Xi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is only one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
What are you gonna do?
There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babyliss investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Shina in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. But there's one thing I do know, is that someone tried to hide it from us.
Okay, so then that means we're clearly presenting on this. Not a single suspicious thing. So we know that the knife is missing because we found the blade. The handle was switched. We know that for one. The bills were burned, which could easily be something we could try and pin on her. There was the wire. That really stuck out. That was one of the last things we found. Let's go with that.
Well, you say that, and you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You'd better not be insulting that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babyliss embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office.
You found that? That's the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder?
But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there.
What's the... So who do you think burned those bills, huh? That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, so there was nothing in that office, nothing you could call evidence anyway.
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression.
How so?
I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubts on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu.
You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shina, and is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? And furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shina was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. I bet it's up here. The location, Agent Shina, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough investigation.
Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there.
I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office.
Oh, we're not going to investigate it? I mean, we still apparently have like a whole third of this case to go according to the save file, so... Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Do you really think that Miss Shina's the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. What can you prove she is the Yatagarasu is the question? Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find. Then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find?
Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier.
An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science.
It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as Yatagarasu.
And what did you find out by doing that?
First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babyliss ink.
Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway.
Ah, but it is really. Is it really worth so little? I believe that's actually quite meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you'll really need to see, sir.
So then what was the coat that was thrown out the window after the first fire? Like, we still have to solve the other half of this case. See how it all ties together.
Oh?
So what are those things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You're that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shina, were those pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Ah. So you wouldn't mind if we took a look at them then, would you?
No. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
No. These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Excuse me, this isn't a crime scene? They're now pieces of evidence. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them... Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say let them look at your stuff, Shina.
Shina, let's put all of it out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Shina's belongings are you going to examine?
Which of Agent Shina's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
I want to start with the coat. That's the most interesting to me. Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shina. The Yatagarasu that Case saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace...
Which I can.
How?
You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? But me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This coat is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I'd been hoping to find the coat that the person Case saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is.
Oh, and you think you can do that?
Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Babyliss ink.
Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Peleno, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning.
You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again.
My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turned out to be Babyliss ink,
It would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet.
We have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the coat hem.
Oh, but I do. And I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. Is he gonna burn the coat?
How?
How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babyliss ink. Let's go! Burn the coat! We can find out whether that is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove it's Babyliss ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you, here and now, what the dark substance is. Sina, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat.
Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway.
Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs.
Then, if I could please have 1K, we can get this experiment underway. That's, certainly was a very green flame.
It's a flame.
It's the same color as the flame's white crystal oil produces, which means Babyliss ink is a product of white crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing.
Miss Shina, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father.
It's about time you came clean, Agent Shina. Or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you?
Callisto you? I haven't never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, and that attitude. You haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh really? And you have proof? You insist I am this Callisto you woman. But you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of the dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you?
I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay. But we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. Oh my god, if I can turn it to the page! This perfume. This will prove to you to be Callisto you.
It will.
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since.
Can fingerprints really last that long? I guess there's no reason why they couldn't.
I heard from my father, Bernard Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades.
Oh, well, there you go. Maybe that is true.
Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one.
Of course, this is coming from someone who lives in the same universe where spirit mediums are a scientific fact. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints to this on your own. Now, come, Agent Shina. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Something tells me she probably isn't going to be submitting herself. But you know what? The lack of the lack of admission is admission in this case, so
looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're saying the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto, you.
Saw you shun your two-face at last. This feeling of a thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Shina, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel and Interpol all this time.
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Kalisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Kalisto you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief, Yatagarasu.
Kalisto you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Edgeworth, Kay, don't!
I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possessed such laughable honesty.
Ooh!
So was that gun. You let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu?
The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... it's neither person. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Byrne Faraday nor Kalisto Yu. But by the same token, they are both the real Yatagarasu.
How very perspective of you. Oh, wait.
The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this.
The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal.
Skill number 3. Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
Including her? Oh, it's him! Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got to you.
Why, Mr. Pat, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. You're such a great team, then why'd you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop.
You. Kay! It's over, Sheena.
Oh! Your leg!
Agent Lang! You idiot! What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past you may have had, or even if she is a spy, doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
You really are an idiot. You know that?
That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just who I am. Hey, sis.
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full body search. Sina might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir. Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? Looks like a blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, detective. Huh? It is, sir. Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna return this Baverly's knife now. Alright. I trust you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Peleno. Baverly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastrian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Baverly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of murder. Does that about sum it up? You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what perspective? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday.
What?
When I saw you using that device at Gaywaterland, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter.
I became curious, so I researched a little into your background.
That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu.
So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me.
Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight.
So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another?
Yes.
Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you, and take back the device that rightfully belonged to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were gonna take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key.
Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment.
Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
From the very beginning? What is that supposed to mean?
The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day.
Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Holy shit, it's like twist after twist with this one. Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. You done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Baverly's embassy on fire.
And why did you do that?
I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then, why start two fires?
Sorry, I can't tell you everything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Miss Sheena.
Yes?
When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks, I thought, well, I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. She's just gonna end up, like, collecting all of her shit. She has her perfume. She's got her hair sticks now. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? What do you mean you didn't kill anyone? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Wait, did Bad do it then? I mean, if he's in on the Yatagarasu stuff, maybe he did it.
Yes, Agent Lang. Mark my words, I'm not done here, and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this is my personal case. It's become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated his sensation of pain in his injured leg.
You don't want, like, any handcuffs? I guess he trusts her.
It's finally over, Kay.
I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving all these commands. One who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninjas show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for you.
There's a bit of a soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tips.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight. It's the dawn of another day.
Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today's the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can be dire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over.
Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like, I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Gay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bad. Wait, no, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
No, you do, Mr. Edgeworth.
Should this guy, like, be arrested or something if he kind of admitted to covering up evidence and shit?
Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Huh? Wait, what?
So I guess that was his doing then.
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatagarasu stolen into my room was you, was it?
Wait, then that means... tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear.
The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings that companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We'd finally arrived at that moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident, Ceci Yu, she never had a sister. What? Then that means She Na wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of this case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's a mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss Ceci Yu. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, the orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. Ooh, probably because of the writing. So you mean these cards were written in Babyliss ink? The fact that the card that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's where these white cards are. The great thief used a mark that only those with the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Interesting. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. I thought he was gonna give him his lollipop. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video? Don't get me closer. I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then the card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night, both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who's above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits of them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go. Yes, sir. Is this really the end of a legend? Oh, is there one more section of this? There is one more section of this, isn't there? Oh, well, I knew this was going to be long, but it is now like 12:30 in the morning, and unfortunately, I should probably stop because I don't know how much longer this will be. So, next time, we will get the actual finale of Investigations 1. Oh, what a cliffhanger that is ended on. I'm wondering how much of a cliffhanger this game will be ended on, because apparently the second game is like a direct sequel to this. And something tells me we're not going to catch the thief or the ringleader in like the next, I don't know, hour or so of gameplay. So there's a good possibility that it would... I'm picturing my head like this very unfortunate possibility that everyone who played this game back in the day, because we never got the second game officially, they were just stuck on a cliffhanger for all eternity until the fan translation came out. Or until now, even. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this finale. That was quite the turn of events, especially since we haven't technically caught the killer. My guess, probably the ambassador, most likely, or one of them, one of the ambassadors. I'm thinking one of them is possibly the ringleader, and the other one is possibly the murderer. Maybe they're one and the same, but I'm almost wondering if both of them are somewhat at fault. Just a hunch. But regardless, that will be it for today. We will find out the answer next time. I will be back tomorrow with more Flash Rhythm games to make up for last week. And sometime later this week will be Minecraft. It may be Thursday instead of Friday. We'll have to see. It's a possibility that might be moved to Thursday because I might be doing something Friday, but that's okay. I'll figure that out and let y'all know how that goes later. So, thank y'all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. I will see you next time.